Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, August the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and see my screen, and maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same thing for me. Make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. All right, guys. Well, we actually have a few earnings plays, Target being the biggest one. I've got it up on my screen here. I didn't realize that the CEO, do you say the CEO, or the CEO? CEO stepping down after 10 years. Also, it's an earnings play. So Target very weak this morning, down 10%, half a billion in the float. Thank you, Jay Mays in our YouTube room. Yeah, so Target is down, and let's see where it could go. Keep going. So on the weekly chart, there could be some support around 94. If not there, 91, 92-ish. I'm just looking at this weekly chart. There seems to be a reasonable support in this area. So I have to see if we get a bounce at a target. But that is a big move down for target. Another one was ZIM, ZIN. Not that this is super known, but it's been very active over the last few months. And this is an earnings play also. And guidance, let's see, it's all about guidance too. Guidance, a midpoint increased. And the other one is GES, GES, GES. So GES is having to delist, set to delist as shareholders approve an acquisition proposal with 73% premium. Okay, so it's an earnings play, but they're looking to delist, basically becoming a private company. Interesting. So that's the reason for the giant pop for GES, not because of earnings. And another one, guys, Lazy Boy, LZB, LZB. I'm just pointing out the names that a lot of people, of course, are familiar with. So here's Lazy Boy, LZB, another earnings play, and gapping down on earnings. Not a big float, 41 million in the float, so certainly not a big float. So let's take a look at the wild ones now. After we've got those are some of the earnings plays this morning. NBY on the move, trading higher after the company entered into a $6 million securities purchase agreement with a private investor. Okay, so that is the reason for NBY. Only 4.8 million in the float. Look at the volume already. 50 million shares are traded already. SISI. Okay, kind of holding the gains. And so after the company unveiled its on-chain cell asset tokenization program or platform. So the next highs, you can kind of see if it can take out 8, guys. Taking out 8 would be another big move up. It's already up 50%, but you can see if it can take out 8. Just look at this daily chart, then look left. It's got a ton of room. One to maybe keep an eye on. I'm looking for a cheap earnings play. Could be FLNT. Could be. Got to get over 260. It's over 260. You've got some room to $3. This is a very cheap earnings play. It's through the 200-day moving average right now. Keep an eye on it at the beginning, okay? When the market opens at the 9:30 time frame. Is Trib an earnings play? No, it is not. Trib is not an earnings play, but it is popping right now, guys. Trib is popping. TRIB is popping right now. The high of 3 days ago was 175. Takes that out, and the next high, looking left, is 350 or so. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. And approval facilitates immediate offshored and outsourced manufacturing. So that and there's Trib, guys. Trib just got to the high of 2 days ago, 3 days ago. TRIB on the move, guys, on the move. Got up to 190. Look at some of the other ones, guys. THAR, THAR. I think they had some news also. THAR. After the company announced results from its drug TH104, it popped it got up to 183, back down to 150 right now. That's THAR. Low float. Look at the volume, 24 million. Traded the float 10 times already. Rocket, RCKT, RCKT. After the FDA lifts its clinical hold on its phase 2 trial of its drug. Okay, so obviously it was on a hold. So look at the weekly chart for this one, our RCKT. I mean, it's got room up to, I'm not saying it's getting there again, but 686, like a high up here, 689 is a high right there. So you can treat all of this on the daily chart. Look at that weekly chart, guys, for RCKT. Not a high float, not a low float, 81 million. TIVC, TIVC. So I was looking at this one, maybe taking this, over four. I was putting these price alerts up here. But look what's happened now. And they received two investigational INDs, okay, investigational new drug applications. I don't know who Statera is. Probably, you just get them in there. Stab. Must have an affiliation with them somehow. STAB. What are they doing? Any stock, pink sheet stock. Here is the worst earnings play so far this morning, guys, in terms of a percentage being down. This James Hardy, JHX, I thought actually was something else, but it is not. It is out of, I guess, Ireland. Yeah, out of Ireland. JHX. Wow. This company was founded in 1888. 1888 in Dublin. Never heard of them. JH, I think I've seen the symbol before, but this is the first time I think I've seen them get whacked like this one. This is, if it's a lifetime low. No, it's not a lifetime low, but boy, it is. I mean, on a weekly chart, the next low is in 1978. So it still has a little bit of room. Maybe we should be looking at this at a potential bounce. Number two times or twice, looking at 20. See if it holds 20. If it goes through 20, then the next low is 1973. Goes through 1973, all bets are off for a potential bounce for a while anyway. Of course, it doesn't have to bounce at all. This has just been killed, and it's a big float. 428 million in the float. So that is a big move with that sort of a float. And then we have Estee Lauder. EL is an earnings play, yapping down on earnings. I thought the float was smaller, quarter of a billion in the float for EL. Pretty big move, but it was a bigger move when it was down to 76. Big pop, actually. Look at that. I don't know how much volume was here, but this got down to about $76, and Right back up to 84. All right. Well, those are the ones that were on my list. Let's take a look at some of the other ones that are moving here. AUUD, AUUD. Yeah, that's up 26%. Big move a few days ago, but it didn't hold. This got up to 629, closed down here at 365. We're kind of messing around now in the bottom here. If there's any news on this one, trading higher after the company has announced it has made premium AI features free on whatever that platform they've got and is pivoting to monetize artists with this new Discover Radio platform. Okay. AHC is up. Are they being bought or something? Okay, yeah. So Sampo discussions to acquire AHL months after the company listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, so that is rumor. AHL. VHX is just making new lows now, guys, in the pre-market. It's a challenging 20. The challenge has been met and is broken down through it. Breaking down through 20 now. JHX. What did I say was the next low looking left? Oh, that's right. Looks like that's around 1972. 1972 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for JHX. I have to go to a monthly chart to see where it can go if it takes that out. There's that low right there I'm talking about on the weekly. On the monthly, the next low is 1760. Wow, JHX is, I'm just hearing it, okay, my gap down scanner. I'm going to mix a new low, I hear it. Meanwhile, there's Hertz, HTZ. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Hertz to sell cars on Amazon. All right, and that is your news for Hertz this morning, HTZ. Next high looking left is 609, so that's pretty close to the 582 right now. I think it's basically Aussie. There's a definition of it. I think it's how many shares are short and what's the average volume, something to that effect. So how long would it take to cover? But you know what you can do? Configure days to cover, days. So days to cover, click on it and click on the help, and that'll tell you exactly what it is. I think in general, it is what I said. If you click on the help, it's going to give you a very detailed explanation, okay? I think it's got to do with the amount of shares that are short. Hey, I was right. The total number of shares that are short divided by the stock's average daily volume. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you, William. Boy, JHX is just getting slammed now, guys. This is now breaking down that low. What did I say that low was? 1972. So it's a little bit below that low, moving down. A nice, with a very, very nice short. There's the FLNT guys I was talking about. This is a really cheap earnings play. That One of these ones that one of the reasons I'm also looking at it is because look what it did post market after hours. That's when it released earnings. It did get up to 410. The high up here is 3. So it blew through that daily high. Now I don't know how. I mean, I don't know how much volume was up here. There's a lot of volume on that bar, but I don't know how much volume was actually up here. But probably is more like there's the VWAP, so probably around 330 was the majority of the volume on average. So this got room. Yeah, Intel. You just mentioned Intel. INTC. Actually, it's moving down. Okay, Intel is actually moving down. I think when I saw it was a pop up here, and now it's moving down. I am seeing CLDI. I am seeing it. Yeah, on this gap down. Yeah, at least they did it before the market opened. $6 million public offering at what price? Around $2. So it's around. It's just a little bit underneath the financing price. So the market yesterday was really did nothing. Well, the SPY actually shouldn't say that. In the old days, moving the SPY of 3.5 points would be reasonably significant. That was up just a little. Actually, the Qs were down. The Qs were down. Yeah, that's pretty significant. So all I want to do right now, I'm going to find out where is oil or energy still below the 200-day moving average. XLV, I want to see if it's okay. It's still kind of climbing. Still kind of climbing. I wonder, one day, one day it will get back up to the 200-day moving average. Especially if the 200-day moving average still keeps drifting down a bit. 139.75, so it's about 3 points away. I want to check the semis after yesterday's way above, but it did have a down day. XLK, I want to check XLK. Okay, so really, there's still just two, XLE and XLV. So XLE, the energy sector, and the healthcare sector are still the weakest sectors down below the 200-day. Well, at least they're down below the 200-day moving average. Boy, JHX, a great short that I could have taken. A lot of shares available, over 1 million. I mean, the pre-market, you don't have to worry about the uptick rules, so could have had an immediate fill. You guys give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys. Yeah, Rocket RCKT on the move here. RCKT on the move. I got that one thumbnailed. So here you are. There's Rocket. Had some news. FDA listed the clinical hold for RCKT. I mean, look at all the room it's got. See what happens once this market, or the 8:30 anyway, 8:30, 9:30. Think it over how old this company is. 1888 for JHX. That's the pouring sound. Yes, it is. Just for Grumpy, but he's not here, I guess. Okay, NCT. Let's take a look at this one, NCT. Yeah, nothing much to see here. I mean, terrible looking 15-minute chart. Bit of a rapture. MURA, guys. Mura. Wow. Okay. Yeah, look better than I thought. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily is 231 or so. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously, if you took it at 2 and it got up here, that'd be awesome. But oh, they're being bought. Oh, I see what's happening. They're being bought. Another one being bought cheap at $2.03 a share. So real cheap. Zoma is buying them. XOMA is buying them. Let's see if there's anything happening with them. No. How interesting. No volume at all. Were they halted? I don't have my halts resume in the pre-market, so I don't know if it was halted or not. Okay, guy. Wow, 9:23. I've got to get my other layout up and running. So give me a moment here. First of all, always save my layout first, just in case I made a change that I forgot about, which I didn't, but never know. All right, guys, give me one moment. So here are the top six. Okay, here are the top six from that previous. Let me just do a couple of things here. Yeah, so here are the top six from that pre-market actives up. Okay, there's the NBY. NBY. There's the Sissy, Trib, Rocket. Market ahead of time is basically flat. It's down 70. Well, when I say the market, I'm looking at the SPY down 83 cents. So, basically nothing shaking right now. Well, we should be watching this trib, I guess, on the open because it has a ton of room, of course. High in the pre-market was just over two. Let's take a price alert right up here. As you know, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Let's see what happens with this one, though, just because of all the room it's got. I didn't see that, William. I did not see that in the. Just give me a moment. In the economic calendar. Now, why did I not see that? Oh, yeah, FOMC minutes right there. 2 o'clock. You're right. I should have scrolled down just a little bit more. Yeah, okay. So FOMC minutes, just the minutes. There's no presser at 2:30. Boy, Palantir continues to move down, doesn't it? This is a short. Thank you, D. Short. Look at the volume. Palantir continues to move down, guys. Must be down at least 4%. So if you want to short Palantir, you can buy this one. What a short! If you had the conviction from here, even if you said okay, so even if you started here, what it took these highs out from 181 down to 150. Wow. Again, if you don't want to short this one, maybe your broker doesn't allow you to do it. You can buy the PLTZ. But remember, this gives you double the move. So if Palantir all of a sudden has a little pop, say a 1% pop, this is going to go. This is going to go down 2%. Okay, so just so you know how this works. Okay, guys, Sissy is still SISI is still okay, guys. Yeah, less than a minute to this open until 9:30. So again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Doesn't look like the Flint's going to do it. FLNT. Um, I like to see things settle down a little bit. 805. It's a big area, I think, for SISI. 805. You can see we got 1, 2, 3, 4 daily highs, kind of in that area. So if it takes that out, the next high looking left would be 924. So I would be definitely monitoring Sissy, SISI. All right, guys, we're now open, and there's now these are market. Okay, these are 9:30 highs, of course. Some of these have had bigger moves in the pre-market. There's Rocket, better represented on a weekly chart, just to show you the potential. I mean, there's a next high looking left, guys. 646. That's on a that's on a daily chart. If I back the daily chart up enough this week, sometime in this week, there was a daily high of 642. So that is RCKT. Okay, TIVC underneath the VWAP still. Again, here is the next high looking left, 553. That is the same as the weekly high, but that is actually a daily high in this week. A rocket challenging four, guys. Challenging four. RCKT is challenging four. First halt of the day, guys. NVNO got halted. Oh, got halted on the way up. This is wow. What a I don't remember seeing this one yesterday. Big drop today. Trading high after the company announced FDA has not approved its Veno valve PMA submission, but bottom feeders are in. Maybe trying to because look at this. And this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is the halt of at 135 for NVNO. Potential open in the 150 mark. Doesn't have to remain at 150. I left this up long enough, you'd see that price probably changing. But if you actually took this one before the halt, well, at least you were looking at a number probably opening higher than the halt price. Probably. All right, guys. Now RCKT hanging around the four mark. RCKT hanging around the four mark. Wow, an early one from the combo scan, and that is the JHX. Whoa, look at the SPY now, guys. Look at the SPY. A big red candle to start. What I forgot to mention was the BSLK. It was on my list. This was the big one from yesterday, of course. The challenge was the spread, and it is bouncing. Yeah, it's coming. So what did it do yesterday? It got up to 1235, closed all the way down here at 8, but is now, of course, above the close. It is up almost 10% now. Spread is the spread is better than it was yesterday at this time by far. Now I'm not saying I don't know if it's going to hold, but at the 4 cent spread, even that 10 cents. Well, now we're getting the spread back or the bad spread, but that's what kept me out of it early. Wow, targets had a big pop, guys. TGTs had a pretty big pop. So down for the day, but starting to have a nice little recovery here. The bottom here was $93, so not 95. So it's a couple of dollars anyway from the bottom for the time being. Boy, this JHX is just getting destroyed. COCH. Now, COCH had a huge pop in the pre-market, got up to what, about a dollar, almost $2, came all the way back down to just about a dollar. So it's having a bit of a move here. That little R. Now, I'm in a development version of Trade Idea, so that's why these things are starting to show up. An R is a resistance area. Okay, you'll see an R sometimes, and sometimes you'll see an S, which would be a support area. Okay, NBY guys, NBY on the move here, up 100% now. Yeah, look at Rocket. See, that's why I wait, guys. I mean, it was challenging that 4 level, but it didn't really take it out. Okay, where did NBNO? Yeah, didn't basically at the halt price. So I'm looking at some of the flyers. Look at TIVC giving it up in a big way. Sissy was sort of giving it up. It got up to 8, and now it's down to 7. SISI. The Flint that I was thinking might have some move early. So far, no go. The Rocket, RCKT. Hey, look at Palantir. Palantir, actually. Palantir is actually recovering a bit, just a bit. Mm. So there's the NBY. SPAI. What is this one doing? Safe Pro announces an $8 million private placement with strategic investments from drone industry leaders, etc. Okay, so that is the news for SPAI. The next high looking left, it's above that on the daily. Now, guess is being taken private. I guess. I guess it's an earnings play, but that's not the reason for the pop. Yeah, I guess to go private in a $1.4 billion deal with Authentic Brands, co-founders, and the CEO. Well, that's the reason. So that you can just see this. It's flatlining. Okay, this AUUD is it's approaching the 3 level. That's a big level for it to try to get through. Gets through 3. Next high, 378 on the daily chart. It did have some some news. Strategic shift to AI-driven music discovery. Boy, short of the day, guys. Saw this one right up here around the 20 level. So there's the BSLK here. Yeah, I mean, it's just big move. 1242 is the next high looking left. Spread is not atrocious. This was not what it was like yesterday. But, you're in chase mode right now. So I'm waiting for a couple of things. I'm waiting for, first ones in the gap continuation or reversal scan. I might even tighten up the filters in this one, not get so I don't get as many alerts. Nothing happens until at least 9:45 here. That's by design. Put a delay. You don't want to see anything until at least 9:45. If you have the AI, our AI, Holly AI, I don't know if we call it Holly anymore, but nothing happens till at least 9:40. Okay, so we're at 9:40 right now. So nothing happens until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean something. Doesn't mean we're going to get one at 9:40, but you see it's blank right now. If you have the AI, please do this. The filter, you should have this. This is the screen I'd be watching the AI all day. And in the filter section, if you have checked, you wouldn't have done it. But if it's checked by default, uncheck the profitable trades. My opinion, you should see the trades all day long. Okay, guys, AUUD now is above three. Will it hold? Will it do the little shake at three? Guys, it's trying to hold three. AUUD is trying to hold three. I'd love to see it get up to about 310. Why? Just to clear three in a bigger way. R, Rascal, I think you said something about it. 148, 139. Well, I hope it takes out the 200-day move, or not the 200-day, but the VWAP for you, which is at 163. Also, there's the next high, 166. There's a little resistance, but I hope it pops through for you, obviously. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers in case it cannot get through that R. That again, you guys don't have this. This is in the development version that I'm on, but we're starting to see little resistant areas and CNS. That would be a support area. Yeah, no stopping VSLK now. I mean, well, no stopping. I mean, I just can't. $10 would be a huge move. All right, guys. Now this one, NCT. Now, could this give me a chance to get in? So here's NCT. Okay, I'm going to watch this one. NCT is halted at 318. The not giving a huge clue as to where it could open. There's 319. Okay. Now, sometimes this is what I do. Let's say it opens at even 320, and then it comes back down through 318, not in a huge way, and then gets back through 318 again. Sometimes I'll take that trade. Or if it opens underneath 318, again, I don't mean like a two, but maybe I don't know, down to three, and then it pops through 318 again. I sometimes take that trade. So it's just a matter of watching it on the open. And usually they are 5-minute halts. So as it gets closer to 9:48 plus 43 seconds, I'll be watching it. Yeah, let's see. There's the VWAP for THAR, THAR is 163, and that is just a little bit below that little resistance line that has been drawn. Hey guys, IQ. This is a cheap one. I should have been watching this one. This is a cheap earnings play. Should have been watching this one. IQ. The next high looking left. A little bit close right now, but meanwhile, look at the SPY guys. So we had that opening 5 minute bar down. We had a little pop up, did not sustain, closed at the low, and another bar. So we are, yeah, we're in a little bit of a sell mode right now on this buy. Now look at Palantir, PLTR. So it had the pop. So you can see it now. Again, now, if you want to short Palantir, you can buy this one. You get double the move, on the way up, but also you get double the move on the way down. So, but you can see what happened as Palantir was moving higher, and look what this is what PLTZ was doing. But now Palantir is starting to drop again, and so here is PLTZ. I'm going to go over my all the information you can find on my homepage, guys, including this tree map. Okay, I'll go over it in about 10 minutes, about 10 o'clock Eastern time. When you see a negative number here, okay, which you don't see right now, but there's the PLTZ as an example. Not negative, of course, but you see negative like ASPI. That means it's pulling back. It's pulling back, and so instead, so it could be pulling back into an area that maybe you like, maybe to the VWAP, maybe to a moving average that you have on your chart, or maybe to some other area that you like, maybe a fib, a lot of different ways that people look at pullback. And I should be, man, oh man, this JHX, I just can't chase it down. Probably going to, it's just going to, what a, what a slam down. Yeah, so here NCT open, guys, but look what it did. It didn't give me a chance to get in. Where I was hoping it might come down below 318 and then pop through a 318, but it did not do that. So I'm not chasing it. The only way I would take this one had it done what I was sort of outlining. Now it's sort of doing it now, but it's already had the big pop, so it's a little too volatile for me. And there's NCT front and center. Too bad. So the next high looking left is 379. All right, guys, this is a gap down and reversal play. NVAX, okay. Now the next high is 989. Okay, this is a gap down and reversal play from NVAX. And of course, it's got a ton of room. There's the high of yesterday, 989. Hmm. I'm in it, guys. I just want to see. This is more like a scalp for me because the market is just moving down. So I don't trust any sort of reversal play right now with the market the way it's moving down. Talking about the NVAX. So this is what I'm talking about. Gap down and reverse. William, was it Trib that you were looking at as a potential buying it somewhere down? Was it TRIB? Looking for a pullback? I see that in the pre-market. You made a comment about that. Yeah. So I don't know if you're following it, but it is pulling back, but it's underneath the VWAP. If that makes any difference to you, but it is underneath the VWAP right now. Gotta get your short hats on, guys. If you won't short, there's the Palantir Law or short ETF. Still has room. 1151 is the next high. JH, you know, I, even on Pepe scan at 933, potential short opportunity for JHX at $19, 1834 now. I did not take it. I thought it's got to, I mean, it's too extended down, but nope. You know what, guys? So Target is definitely, I mean, I'd be watching Target. If the market keeps moving down like this, Target is trying to come back. It's only down 8% now. So there's the NCT, probably underneath the 318 now. Yeah, probably that's it for it. So you see how this works, guys. You see a big negative number here. What time is it now? Another 5 minutes or so. I'm going to go over the scans that I'm sharing. But look at NCT. So you see that big negative number of 13%, minus 13. That means it's pulled back. Okay. So it's still positive. It's still at 50% for the day, but it is pulling back. So if you're more of a pullback player, man, I'm ticked off of myself on the JHX. It is just a getting kicked. So here's an earnings play, guys. KC is an earnings play. Kingstop. Oh, I haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to see this one a lot. So KC is an earnings play. The next low looking left. There's the 200. There's the 200-day moving average at 1246. 1253. 1253. Okay, is it pop through for you, Rascal? Almost. But you might have got stopped out, right? I think you had a 149 stop. Sorry, 139 stop. Okay, 139 stop. Well, you got close. You did get close, right to 141. But now it is through the VWAP. We're trying to get through the VWAP. So congrats if you did hold on when it dropped close to your stop. And there's the 200-day moving average now looming above it. Very hard to get comfortable with reversal plays, but here's another. So here's Lazy Boy, guys. LZB is and it's right at that high. Well, there's your daily high somewhere. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking down here. That's yesterday's high. Sorry. I'm going to have to JHX. I'm going to have to take it out of my mind. Target must have a an ETF. Ian, with your phone. Good morning, Ian. Target must have an ETF. How would I buy that short ETF? Must have an ETF. Hard for me to commit to these reversals. I know the Anvax is it's still hanging in there, but with the market doing what it's doing, you know, reversals will work a lot better. The market doesn't have to be ripping higher, but it just has to stop going down. Okay, so ZAR got right into the 200-day moving average. Let's see if it can take it out. Is there a cutoff? Technically not in, but most of the when you say news, you're the new alerts. But technically, no. Okay, but realistically, most of them are before 11:30. Okay, I would say the majority are between 9:40 and 10:30. Technically, no. Okay, great trade, rascal. Then I'm glad you were able to hold on. It got right close to your stop. Ooh, NESR. I didn't see this one in the pre-market. NESR. This is actually an earnings play, guys. National Energy Services. This is actually an earnings play through the 200-day moving average, and on the move. On the move. This is an earnings play. So, I mean, theoretically, these earnings plays or stocks that have news specific to them, that is obviously this is a positive reaction to its earnings, won't care as much about what the market is doing. Okay, within reason. I mean, if the market all of a sudden is, the SPY is down 30 points, I mean, nothing is safe. Okay, on this one, I have to take a look at the weekly chart. Where could this go before it hits some kind of resistance? So you can see right there, guys, right there at 850, there is a boy. If it can take out this 850 level on the weekly chart anyway, it's got room until 922. Again, not saying it's going to get there, but that would be. And you see, there's an R right there. That little resistance is probably right where I've. That's what it's looking at, I guess. Two weekly highs. Now, if it doesn't take that out, this could turn into a short for me. And there are a lot of shares available, 1.5 million at Interactive Brokers. Thank you, Dwayne. Don't forget to remove my message. Thank you. So another one of the flyers in the pre-market, guys, just starting to give it up. Still up 30. I'm talking about the SISI. Now, guys, if this takes out this 850, not too many cheap earnings plays, and this is one of them. All right, guys, while I wait, I'm going to go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans that I am currently sharing, the information that I am currently sharing. Information meaning the things that you see on my screen right now, and a couple other scans that you cannot see. You know, we had Rocket earlier, guys. Looked like it was going to rip, but starting to give it up also. Okay, thoughts on open before I start. Okay, open. A lot of volume. Big float though, 660 million in the float, so it's trading 1.5 times normal. Boy, it's a lot of big float for a cheap stock. I don't know, not much. I mean, it's had a bit of a bounce, but there's the 200-day moving average right there, 386. You know, for me, it's just sort of it's too choppy for me. The VWAP, it's close to the VWAP. I suppose if it takes out the VWAP, it did get its high today as what 363, but it's not showing up on any of my scans. The relative volume is too low to show up on my scans. Doesn't mean it's bad. Just means that that's why it's not showing up. Okay, guys, so click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to find. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You can use my promo code, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask, use my code. Whatever the code is, take my homepage link because you'll have to do that anyway if you want to come into the main room. You'll see here's the trading room. Okay. And first of all, before I continue, welcome anybody who's new into the two rooms. I'm moderating a YouTube room at the same time as the main room. Both are the same. Both see my screen. Both hear me. YouTube's a little on a slight delay. And that's a YouTube delay. It's not me. So welcome. Again, if you want to take out a subscription, here's the code you can use. And if you use my code, it helps to keep the room free. Okay. Company tracks all these promo codes that are out there. If they see my code being used over and over again, they'll keep the room free. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. If you scroll down, you can sign up for the trade of the week. It is right here. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, don't before you email us and say, hey, how come I'm not getting it? Please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us. And if you check those two areas and you're not getting it, by all means, contact us. Education section is here. Getting started with trade ideas. First thing you must do, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you must do this. This is a short series of videos to get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas or you're wondering about it, you can remember this is a free. Both rooms are free, so you could be in here without a Trade Ideas subscription. But you're maybe wondering, is this the type of program I might want to take a look at? Well, you can take a look at these videos. You don't have to look at the first one. You can take a look at the subsequent videos. They're all very short, and that probably will give you an idea about whether or not this is a good fit for you. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a series of free videos for those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, so if you click on my homepage link, and here they are, middle section, here are my scans. Here's my information. This is not a scan, okay? This is a tree map, sort of semantics, but this is a scan. I'll go over that in a bit, the momentum. So most change in, it's not just the most up, but it's the change. What ones have moved the most in 5 minutes, percentage-wise, based on the filters that I've got in. Filters meaning a price range, minimum volume, things like that. So there's finally there, well not finally, but there's a THAR, THAR, minus 2%. So there's a little pullback now for THAR. That's how NCT pullback, 6 point. But this is short, the short, 2 times short for Palantir, moving higher. So if you wanted to short Palantir, you could buy this one. You'll get double the move. So here's now a bigger pullback now for the THAR, NCT pulling back. That's how you can use these. You see a negative number. So if you didn't get into THAR, let's see where it's pulling back to. So there's the 200. There's the VWAP as an example. And some of you, if you're VWAP players, you might be looking at this and going, okay, what if it held the VWAP? Maybe it'll bounce off it. So this is the 5 minute. This is the 5 minute change. This is the 2 minute change. So you can have your pick. You can have them both up if you want. I decided just to have the 5. But I do have a 2 minute version of this. Look at GLE up at 19% within a 5. So you can just see. Now I would have seen it earlier, but my minimum here is $1. Now yesterday. I think this is something kind of similar. So you can see, I mean, if you can take out 110, guys, keep an eye on this one. Real cheap one. Takes out 110. Why would that be important? Well, look at yesterday's high and a few highs looking left on the daily. If it can somehow maintain over $1, look what happened yesterday. It got up to 105 and closed down here at 69 cents. Not a confidence booster at all. But if somehow it can get over 110 and start to move, look left. It's got a ton of room on a percentage basis, 155. This is the momentum scan is right here. This is the single stock window down here. My halts resumes is down here. And then the two off camera you don't see. This is the combo scan right there. Even though it looked like this was, you would have been it looked like a complete chase in 19, but it still went down to 18. And then the gap continuation or reversal scan right here. Those are the ones that I'm also following. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask questions. If it's an accounting type question. I probably won't be able to help you, but I can direct you to the people who can. So you can see that there was an S line drawn on the SPY, which was a theoretical support line. Okay. And see if I mean, it's a little bit below that, of course, but let's see if it pops above that. So the NVAX basically gave me just pennies, guys. As I said, I'm not too enamored in taking reversal plays today, right now, unless the market turns around. Wow. So look what happened, guys. So THAR got into that VWAP and it popped off it. This is a classic alpha stock. It doesn't care what the market's doing. It's trading on its own. Great find by Rascal early. It had a press release. Yeah, I've got it on my list, but it had a press release. Positive pharmacokinetic simulation. All right, I want to demonstrate what I feel is the what really distinguishes trade ideas from other programs. Now, take a look at this momentum scan. So this is what the scan is looking for. If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 20, that means it's going to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. That's pretty significant if it is. Look at VAR, 751 times normal up to this time of day. 500,000 shares minimum. This is why I call it a momentum scan. Volume in the last minute, 1,000% are normal. 5 minutes to 100% are normal. And the stock has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So at 10:11, plus 3 seconds, that's the last time any stock met the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. These are real-time alerts. So what distinguishes us? Well, there are many screening programs out there. This is the screening aspect of trade ideas using just filters and no trigger. This is the trigger in this particular scan, a new high of the day. Screening, typically, probably the most often asked question, what are the stocks that are up the most today, percentage wise? That's an example of a screener. So you get a list of stocks, ranking them from the ones that are up the most, okay? And you can also find a list of stocks that are down the most, things like that. That's a screener. This is a screener right here that you're seeing also. It's just showing this, giving you and it's a quick list, of course, of stocks that are moving the most in a 5 minute period. This is an example of screening. Doesn't care whether it's a new high of the day or a new low of the day. It's just showing you the stocks that are moving the most in a 5 minute period. So if you like this scan, this momentum scan, the way it is, you can have it. The only change I have made to what you would have is that I have limited it to only showing me a new high every minute. So if a stock made a high, say this THAR made a high at 198 at 10:11 plus 3 seconds. I made another new high a second later. You would see it, and another new high another second later. You would keep seeing it, kind of like this. Okay. Well, you have to take my word for it. Now you will see the same stock if it makes a new high, but a minute later, or at least a minute later. Okay, at least a minute later. I've just sort of put a. I'll show you if you want to do that. You can. You don't have to though. It's just one of the functions that you can sort of say, okay, don't show me the stock every single time it makes a new high. Maybe every 1 minute, maybe every 2 minutes, maybe every 5 minutes, or maybe just show me that, meeting all my filter requirements the first time it happened, and then that's it. So again, if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. You can, of course, make changes to it. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe you have any, so you can make adjustments. Just go to the filter section. Here are the numbers that I'm using, the actual values I'm using. So you can make adjustments if you want. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. If you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Maybe there's something else you don't like about this. Take it out. It's up to you. This is just for me. This is just what I like to see, but it doesn't have to be exactly what you like to see. And just quickly, you can build your own scans. We've got if you click on the search, you can see all the different real-time alerts that we've got and all the different filters that we've got. So if you into building your own scans, you can. Wow, ELPW, what a catastrophe for it. I know it was halted at what 224. This was at 4.30 $4.30 yesterday. You probably find no news. Probably find no news on it, like why it's down. What is the position in range good for? Well, I mean, if you want to see stocks near the high of today's high or above today's high, the position or the range. You want to see stocks that are, near a lifetime low. I mean, these are just, we have so many different position and ranges. Maybe you want to see stocks that are near a 5-day high or a 20-day high or a 20-day low or a 5-day low. So you can just use the position and range, put in the percentages that you want. So, that's typically what it's used for. Want to see stocks above yesterday's high, the position in yesterday's range. So if you want to see stocks above yesterday's high, you could use yesterday's range and put like 100%. So for instance, just quickly, so previous day's range. So if I use this filter and I added the filter and I put 100 in here, that would mean a stock would have to be at the very least, at yesterday's high. If I put, 101% in here, means that has to be above yesterday's high, as an example. Some people like to see that. Or I put 0 here, it would have to be at yesterday's low or below it. Okay, so that's how you can use the position and ranges. For you, Ozzy, I mean, not anything you're interested in, but we have a lot of also this is sort of the position in the 5-minute range in a way. Wow, so that's a great. What I was saying, guys. Remember, we saw that negative number for THAR pulling right back into the VWAP. So if you're VWAP, if that's your style, playing stocks that are pulled back into a level that you like, be it the VWAP or a moving average, that's how you can use it when you see a negative number. And we have a lot of these are all I mean, we have intraday positions too, though. So those are the ones that are. So we've got the position in the 5, 15, 30, 60. this position in days range. So if you wanted to see stocks that maybe were almost at today's high, but not quite. So, just hovering underneath today's high, you could use the position in range, for instance, and you could put, say, I don't know, 95 and 99, 95. So within 1 to 5% of today's high, 95, 99 would do it for you, something like that. So you don't want to see it above. You want to see it very close, and maybe, who knows, maybe it'll pop through today's high. The pre-market range, where is it in the pre-market range? There's the 5, 10, 23, 6-month, 9-month, year, 2-year, and lifetime. Position in Bollinger Bands. You got a lot of position. Good. Well, Target continues to make headway on its up on its okay, guys, UPLD now through the VWAP, sorry, through the 200-day moving average. Interesting to me now because it's over the whole number. Quickly, let's take a look at the weekly chart. Okay, there's that high right there at 312. Okay, so it tested it. It tested the 312. Very interested in this one, guys. The tested the 312, gets over 312 on the weekly chart, has room to about 350. Is what I'm looking at. UPLD, and let's see if there's any news on this one. Stock repurchase program. That was on the 18th, so that's not today, but up to $10 million. The bottoming tail here, so something trying to knock it down a little bit. Just want to see it hold three. Yeah, the volume, I mean, it's only 400,000 shares. It is 15 times normal, but so okay, guys, this is an AI play from us, okay, the AXPI. Now, a couple things keeping me out of it. We did get a reentry, okay, a reentry price of 252. It got stopped out, very tight stop, but stopped out. You took it. So you do have a reentry at 252. Problem I have with it is that the next high looking left is 262, and then here is 269. If the next high looking left on this weekly chart was more up in the three level, I'd probably be more inclined to take it. Now it might just break through all this, and it is moving. I mean, there it is, AXTI. It is moving. Continuing to watch the UPLD, guys. to see you get like a bid of 310 or no, actually, it's got to be over that 312 mark, right? So there's AXTI right at that weekly high, 262. The next high is 269. Come on. Now we get the bid tightened up. Well, that's the time and sales for UPLD. Again, I may be very wrong about the AXTI. It may just burst through all this like nothing. And if it does, then if you took it from the AI, you've got some room to $3. Okay, guys. We are now, you know what? Now that look at that stupid spread. You got to catch up. 306, 315. Catch up, catch up. Okay, guys, caught up. Up to you if you take it. I'm talking about the UPLD guys, okay? UPLD. Okay, guys, there's the oops, yeah, the GLE just it's over $1 again. Can it hold at 108? And because I mean, look at the room it's got. I mean, it is well, actually, I can maybe not as much on the daily, but yeah. So the next high looking left is 155. The question is, can it hold over $1? I'm sure people. I'm sure that people yesterday they looked at this and they said, "All right, it's over $1, but look where it closed down here at 71 cents." Okay, now there's a pretty big pullback now for the THAR. Maybe that I'm saying it's over, but again, it's getting into the VWAP area. Well, if you're talking about the reentry, there's only one reentry price. If that's what you're talking about, Ali, there's only one reentry price that gets triggered. Okay, and that so what has to happen? The stock At any point during the day, it has to touch the stop price and then get back halfway between the original alert price and the stop price. In this case, is 252. That's it. Okay, if that is your question. I mean, I tend to wait for the reentries if I'm going to take anything from the AI. But as I said, in this case, I just looked left and I just see that there could be too many resistance areas. Definitely a slow day for the AI, though, in terms of the number of alerts. So no, so the question in our YouTube room, Serial Numba. No, this is my own. Okay, I'm not using any Trade Ideas channel. I am sharing these though, so if you want it, you can have it. But I'm not using. I don't use any of the channels. No profit targets for the AI. No, it's best to manage the trade. I mean, profit targets to me are, I don't want to say silly. I shouldn't say it like that. All I do is I just look left to see where a stock could go until it hits the next high. That doesn't mean it's a profit target for me. Basically, if the trade is still working, I keep in the trade. So if I said, well, I'd like to see it get up to this area, or just a random stock, doesn't mean that, to me that's not a profit targets. I mean, if the trade is still working, I'll keep in the trade. And quite frankly, most of the time, the profit target was just double the stop. Okay, so if the stop was 10 cents away, in the old days when we used to have a profit target, I think I may be wrong. I can't remember because we haven't had the profit target for a long time. Was just sort of double. So if the stop was 10 cents away, so the profit target would be 20 cents away. Really means, all that means is, okay, a lot of people will not want to take a trade unless they have a reasonable expectation of making, one for two. So you must be talking about yesterday, Ali, because VSLK is not a trigger today. I know it was yesterday. Yeah. Well, yeah, but it's up to you to manage the trade. I look at this just like a watch list. Okay, click on the alert, see what I see. If I don't like it, I don't take it. If you were here yesterday, so yeah, so this is just a running total all day long. Okay, Captain. This profit, that's as if you, even if you, this is if you kept the trade, even if it got stopped out. Okay, that's all it is. It's just a running total all day. Well, that's interesting. This is a big move for neg guys. It's $100 stock. I guess I don't have a, price, yeah, I don't have a price max, but generally speaking, I'm not gonna see too many stocks in this price range because it's, pretty tough for a stock for a $100 stock to move, a significant percentage. The other thing, guys, if you have a AI, please do this. Get rid of that. If you have in the filter, this is a drop down. This is the default to only have the profitable trades. And now, it is mildly positive now. I would uncheck that. Okay. Uncheck that because I would want to follow the trades all day long, the alerts all day long. I don't want to call them trades, the alerts all day long because here's an entry at two the alert price was 256, but what if it goes down to 240 like it did, and maybe that's a great resistance area or moving into the VWAP or something. You might want to take it there. So I would want to use it like a watch list. Okay, I would want to follow the trades, the alerts all day long. Hmm. I recall you put that in yesterday, William. I'm talking to William in our YouTube room regarding the neg. Hey guys, so there's another pullback, sort of to the for VAR, sort of to the VWAP area. This is teasing a lot of people, including myself, this GLE. I mean, it's just that what happened yesterday. Now, it didn't go from 105 down to 69 cents in a heartbeat, but I was going to say that, Dak, but a nice reference. Pretty sure that's Moby Dick. Call me Ishmael. I mean, it's showing 4%. It's showing right here the Glean like a 2% move, but remember it's only a dollar stock, so that's like 2 cents. All right. Well, this one's got a little bit of room. The BZ, 2172. Wow, look at this. So there's that another resistance line that has been drawn. So here's how you can use the wave. If you look at it now, it's definitely more difficult the wave using the wave on these volatile stocks. The low floaters that can have a lot of range in the bars. But so I've been in this one. I definitely would have taken some off here. Okay, on that drop down, but I would have held on. I would have held on to some. Okay, and then and just kind of ride the wave until that wave turns orange. You can kind of use it like as a guide to keep in the trade. Oh, this is the one that's being bought, I believe, AHL in discussions to acquire Aspen. So there's a weekly high that it got to around 250 right there. And if it takes that out again, 263. What you really want to see if you're using the cloud wave or the trade wave, you want to see some more narrow bars. I'm using this as an example because what happens is when you get these big pops, you're going to get people that are saying, "Well, I better take some profit," on some profit anyway. What you'd rather see are more orderly, narrow bars, and that's why in some of the more expensive stocks, that's what you're going to see when the trend is really good. You'll just see a gentle move up. Keeps it a lot easier to keep in your full position, in my opinion. Let's take a look at, for instance, let's take a look at Palantir on the way down. Okay, this is the reverse, of course, the orange. Now these are fairly wide bars, but you can see that if you've taken the short right around here at 153, you're riding the wave down. And maybe at one point, maybe on that little jump there, you might have taken some off. But now, even if you did, it gives you a lot more. It's a lot easier to keep in a trade when you've taken some off and then let it really ride down. If I and I love using the wave like that because in the past, I probably wouldn't on a jump like that. I probably would have been out of my entire position, made money, but not getting that big continuation move. Well, you don't need a large screen. You don't need a large screen. You just need this, Jeanette, if that's what you mean. I mean, if you just want to follow the AI, then you just have this and a couple of charts, and if that's all you want to follow all day long. You certainly don't need. You can use a little laptop. Okay, guys. So here's the BZ. The BZ from our AI 2129, 21. It had room, had some room on the weekly, and I think on the daily, I think it's not quite as much room. Yeah, not quite as much room, but it became something that you got to look at because it had some room. Very, very quiet day for the AI. Well, there's the C pop. You guys are now. It got halted. Okay, it did get halted. Now, obviously, it's got a ton of room. Now, let's see what happens when it comes out of the halt. I mean, there's your halt price is 103. There's the symbol C pop. No big clue as to where it's going to open, but if it opens, I don't want to chase it, but it does have a ton of room. Depends where it opens. Well, let's see if Palantir, if there's a support line drawn. Yeah, there. So it's interesting, isn't it, William? I mean, there's a support line for it's a little higher than what yours is. Well, you say until the 140s. So you mean between 140 and 141. There is a support line that has been drawn at about 142.55. And again, guys, you do not have access to this yet. This is I'm on a development version of the product, and we're starting to see support and resistance lines automatically drawn as a guide, just as a guide. Well, this was a good reversal play. I did not take it, but this was a good reversal play. I'm sort of not the market moving down. I'm not too into the reversals today, but that was a good reversal play for the ZIM. Okay, we have a resumption. Not a big pop, guys. Give me a moment. Well, it's hovering. It's still hovering around over a dollar. C pop. Look at that ELPW. It's just showing up in the gap down and go. I didn't say that, Dr. Seuss. Man, it's not volatile. That's C pop, guys. I have three 32-inch 4K monitors, and I'm thinking of dumping one of them. I keep watching the C pop, guys. I mean, if it gets up to 110, and what did it get to? Got up to 112 maybe, but It is not, certainly not moving off that, halt price very well. Is there any news on this? I don't see any news on it. Were there shorts available for this one? ELP, yeah. No, wait a minute. ELPW? I'm sure there weren't. Wow, there were 242,000 were available at Interactive Brokers. Unbelievable. Wow. I'm sure he's kidding, William. I'm gonna assume Rick is kidding about having a gaming, but maybe he's not. Boy, this was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Give me one moment, guys. Yes, well, patience paid off. Yeah, for me, on the UPLD. Okay, let's see now if it can. You know what, guys, I'm taking some off. I've taken some off in that 330 level. Okay, I don't. Well, first of all, there's a little R line there. I don't necessarily know what's going to get through that, but from 312 to 330 is a pretty good percentage move for me so far. Had to suffer through a couple of occurrences where the spread got wide. But maybe I can induce it upwards just one more because look how it's riding the wave, guys, riding the wave. So now the fact that I took some off in this area means I can hold on to some in case it does have another move. People ask, how do I use, well, how do you, what's the best? There's no such thing as the best way to do anything, really. All I can do is show you how I use the wave. It just helps me to keep in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to. Okay, well, this little R line there, what price that is. No news today on this one, but 2 days ago on the 18th, they said they were going to be buying. I love how they always say, not they necessarily, but just in general, they say authorizes up to 10 million stock buyback, up to 10 million. So that could be a dollar. Yeah, it's about time somebody helped me, Todd. All right. So here's what I'm going to do on the CPOP just in case. Okay. I will put a price alert at 113. I mean, at least it's holding a dollar. It's trying to anyway. It's a little bit below the VWAP. I mean, if it gets up to 113, it may go on a bit of a run. Don't follow that one anymore, D. So, Jeanette, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? It's okay if you're not. I'm just because all you have to do is on your if you are a subscriber, then just create the chart on your own screen and make it as big as you want. So this is another one of those scammy little. I guess I shouldn't say that, but I can think it. China stocks that you know collapse. BKTX. I haven't seen. I know you guys are talking about it's bouncing. We're trying to come back. VKTX. Yeah, well, it's up. So it was down this morning. I believe it was down this morning. Maybe not. Well, maybe in the pre-market because there was the close yesterday. So it didn't get when it opened, it was above the close. Trend is certainly up. This is the obesity. Is this the obesity play? Yeah. So this is the obesity play. Well, okay, so it got hit. Actually, okay, so this was. I guess it lost yesterday somewhat, but it is coming back today. Mizuho notes disappointment based primarily on its tolerability profile. That was their analysis of it, but it is starting to come back again today. Yes, volume is picking up. Not showing up anywhere for me. Not going to show up here because the relative volume is less than 20. So here's a little drop in Palantir, a little bit of a drop in Palantir. Again, this is the ETF that you can buy if you want to short Palantir, PLTZ. So it's dropping a little bit. That means that Palantir, the stock itself, is popping somewhat. I can see the low is around 142.25. So it's popped a couple of dollars actually. Oh, I see. And I didn't even notice this. So VKTX is actually from our AI also. No, I didn't realize that. You know what, guys? You should have. I was looking up here. This is down here. Okay. So it got slammed down. So yeah, so the analysis by Mizuho, I mean, it and others, I'm sure, slammed this down. I'm sorry, I was looking up here. So now it is above yesterday's high. Yes. Well, I certainly wouldn't swing one, Rick. One of those China. We're seeing too many of them now. Though, that one was fairly low price, the ALPW. We're seeing the ones that are, 15, 20, 30, $40 inching their way up, 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 and then all of a sudden one day, boom. Okay, guys, so if you took the BZ from the AI, our AI, 2177, okay, there's a high right there that it's right at 2170. There's a high right there, 2177. So, this is the area to be aware of. It may stall there. There's a little R line or R right there for resistance. Not necessarily, yeah, it might be these highs, but if it takes that out, then the next high is 2215. So, and that is from our AI, BZ. So this is a pretty big, yeah. Now we're getting into some, down, in the old days, before February, a move in the SPY of six and at 630, that'd be considered a big, big, big move. Now, so this is a big move down. Now, this is a China stock, but it's a fairly well-known one, but it's also an earnings play. So, and that's the BZ. Just watching to see. Did not take the VKTX. I did take the BZ. The VKTX, though, I mean, obviously, it's got a ton of room, but for all the reasons that it got hit hard yesterday, they're still there. It's just that this is a nice little, so far, nice little bottom fishing play. Boy, that's a 50% move from that alert for me on the ELPW. I didn't even think to look if it had shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, there's THAR now, obviously not dead. See? So again, if you're taking it some off here, even some off here, you could still be in this trade based on the cloud wave or trade wave. Meanwhile, JHX, just another leg down, guys. Same kind of thing, though this was a little bit, you would have absolutely taken some profit here as it was moving higher, but then you could have held on to some and keeps moving down, down, down. Now there's a little S right there, maybe some support. Okay, I'm taking some off of the BZ right here, guys, in case it cannot get through that. The wave is still good, but in case it cannot get through that 2176. All right, good job, Todd. Good job, Todd. There's a little pop for UPLD. There's that little R there. This is shortable for me in case it cannot get through that resistance area. That is probably the next high looking left on a daily chart, 338. Well, not probably. That is it. Let's check to see what month that was. That would have been back here. Back in March of '03. No, impossible. Yeah, so earlier this year in March, that was a high right there. If it takes that out, and we've got, wow, 487. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Bring back the weekly chart. So this week right there, the week of March 24th, there was a daily high. So if it somehow can get through that, then the next high is around 350. Okay, now you see CPOP. Now it has to be still over a dollar. I'm not seeing anything under a dollar here. So yeah, still have a price alert set up here. You never know. Later on in the day, it's a pretty low float, 11 million in the float, 22 times normal volume. Never know. Later on in the day, maybe it tears through 110. So today is Wednesday. So you know what that means. What does it mean, guys? Like a teacher, raise your hands. There's always a teacher's pet, and that's William. He's the guy. He's the one that always answers the questions. And so usually I would go, does anybody else have the answer to that other than William? Well, we've got Arthur and Dwayne. Okay, yeah. So Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas for quite a while now, he'll take over now. Unfortunately, he starts a new YouTube stream, so he won't be in my YouTube stream, but I will give you the link. And from 12 to 1, you can ask him all sorts of questions. Okay. And I'm sure probably the money machine will be front and center, but you can ask him other questions about trade ideas if you want. It's an opportunity to talk to the CEO of the company. Do it. Do it, Rick. Shoot, this was a gap down and go. The CLDX. Where was the first alert? Shoot. You can pay way more attention to this. So the alert was at 10:45. This looks like, is this an IPO? NESR? No. Oh, this is one from earlier. Yeah. So a couple of weekly highs right there. This is an earnings play. Okay, now VAR is pulling back again. Boy, it's giving lots of little pullback entries. VAR meaning THAR. So I guess I don't have to ask about the sound. Otherwise, you guys would have been saying, "Hey, sound not good." You know, thank you, Pepe. How about when I'm turning my head? Is it probably still doing the same thing though, right? I mean, fading out a little bit. All right, guys. Now listen, the NESR, not like it used to. Okay, great. Look at the NESR now. I mean, really, really key level that it's at. I did get a price alert at 849. I will reset it. And I just got a little wow, and I know what that means. Well, I didn't know, but here it is, UPLD. I have a sound alert here for my momentum scan, and it says wow to me. So every time I get that an alert up here in my momentum scan. So look where the BZ stalled. I mean, I almost took a short on it, but I didn't. But look where the BZ stalled, guys. I have to look at the weekly chart. This is what I was concerned with right there. Look. I mean, probably almost right to the penny. 2178, and the high right there is 2176. So that's why I always look left, look left, look left, look left. Ooh, C-pop. Now, what's it doing? I wish it were later on in the day. All right, guys. Well, I am just waiting a minute here. Taking most of it off now, okay? Taking most of the UPLD off. Why? Well, there is a high right there of around 350. Now, I always think, even though the wave looks excellent, I know the wave looks excellent. I'm probably going to kick myself later, but I'm still holding on to a bit in case it does have another pop. But that high in the weekly chart is around 350. Now, I always consider that the 50-cent level of stocks under $5 can be a bit of a challenge to get through, not unlike the whole numbers. That's just me, doesn't have to be you. And there's that little R line, R right there. But a pretty good trade for me in terms of a percentage gain. And the market actually, yeah, look at this. The market is actually having a little bit of a recovery. So there was that support line. Now it broke down through the support line. But let's see, right there is the VWAP, which is one. Oops, I got to look on the SPY here. Okay, Ali, I can help you there. Give me a moment. So the VWAP is at 635.79. So right there. Okay, right there. Let's see what happens. Will that act as resistance? So the question from Ali in our main room, as I watch a lot of videos, do you mind explaining the smart stop, please? How it can be used? Okay, well, there's a C-pop, guys. So first of all, I want to enact it. I don't have the smart stop on my. Okay, so what it means is this, and it's just a guide. Okay, it is just a guide. Let me click on C-pop again right now. What it's trying to suggest, if you took this trade right now at 115, your stop would be 103. It's generating, okay? It's generating, and it's just a guide, all right? And it takes into account the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, feeds that information in, and it generates a smart stop. So, it would I use it necessarily? Not necessarily. I have my own idea of where to put stops. But if you're just starting out, and sometimes it makes sense. But if you're just starting out, maybe not a bad idea just to pay attention to it. And that stop will change all day long because it's all dependent on, where you like what the price of the security is. So if all of a sudden CPOP went up to 140, the smart stop would not be down here at 102. Okay, it would rise up. It all depends on when you click. So for instance, now if I click on neg and ETG, they're suggesting the smart stop would be down here at 97.51. It looks like the low of that or 5 minute right there. How do you turn on the smart stop? Okay, is you right click and then go to properties, and at the bottom, show smart risk levels. Okay, and that'll turn on the smart stop. Now I wouldn't, you know, the green up here again. It's nothing scientific. It's just saying that you can't see it. Well, you can't see it. 115. It's just double the distance between if you took the trade, and then let's just say you took the trade and at 104. I'm just making up numbers here. Okay, 104, and the smart stop was at 100, $4 away. So the target would be double that, double it'd be $8 from where you took the trade. In other words, a dollar 12 or 112. It's nothing scientific. It's just double the difference between where you took the trade and the stop. Also double that, and it'll tell you where a smart risk or a target could be. But would I use that? No. I mean, if the reason why is if the trade is still working, why would you get out? It might be interesting just to just show you, okay, at that level, I'm now at least at a 1 for 2 risk reward. But would you get out just because that's the so-called target and it's still working? Of course not. So no, Jeanette. Okay, I'm not sharing my scans. Sorry, I'm not sharing my charts. You can add that yourself. And the R and the S levels are something. I'm in a development version of Trade Ideas. Okay, so eventually you'll get that. No, but you can have individual scans, Captain James. Okay, if you go to my homepage, it's sort of a la carte. You can pick and choose. You may not want everything, but you can pick and choose. If you go to my homepage, I just put my homepage layout in. Talking to Captain James in the our main room. I always have to remind myself to do that because I do have 2 rooms, and people on YouTube go, "Well, who are you talking to?" So if you do click on my homepage link, scroll down, here are my scans. So you can load them yourself. You can pick and choose what you might want. Okay, here's a momentum scan. Here is the 5 minute, and here's the halts resumes. Now, you can add your own chart, and here's the single stock window. down here. Where is it? Single stock window. Now you can add your own charts. I mean, you may not want these these time frames. It's up to you. What time frames do you like to trade? So Jeanette, in order for you, you can load your own charts, and then you can just add the VWAP. The VWAP is the same. Remember, the VWAP is just it's the same number. Doesn't matter what chart you're looking at, what time frame you're looking at, intraday anyway. So if I add the VWAP here, if I didn't have the VWAP line, I right click. It's good for you guys to understand how to do these things too, because there are other indicators that you might want to add to your charts. I'm not a big indicator guy, but if I right click on the chart and click on indicators, now yours might look a little bit different from mine. Again, I'm in a development version, but here's the VWAP down here. You scroll down right there as you click on VWAP, and then you probably want it in the main chart area, and you probably just want the one color. And you can pick, this is just a palette. You can pick whatever you want. Okay, I'm going to get out of it, and then that adds the VWAP to your chart, Jeanette. The R and the S is not available yet. It's a heck of a move for neg. I mean, that's a big move. I mean, well, I don't have a float for it, which is crazy. I don't have a float for NEGG. My guess is it's a fairly low float, though. So, guys, this is one I'd probably keep watching later on in the day. Okay, NESR. It's an earnings play. It's still kind of stuck at these two weekly highs, and there's that little R there. But if it takes that out, I mean, it's got a lot of room. Well, not a lot of room, but it's the next high is over 9. So that wouldn't be bad if it could take out that 850 and start to fill in this little gap area. Yeah, this has been an awesome, great call by Rascal early. So glad you were able to hold on. You got it within about a penny or two of your stop, and it didn't hit it. For real? Let's see. I don't have the smart stop showing 57, Rick. I show it at 765. Again, it's just a guide, right? It's just a guide. I just put real in, and I have it. Here's the dotted line right there. It's at 766 or so. So I'm not sure what you're seeing. It's hard for me to see that. I don't know why it's showing up like that. Are you now? Make sure the only thing I can think of is make sure that when you clicked on the properties and the smart risk levels, make sure you've checked long. Okay. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. I'm not 100% sure, but I mean, obviously, it is not like that. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, you might have to. I don't know if you want to reboot, but I mean, I don't know where you're getting that from. I have to admit, um, it's so hard for me to see. Ah, thank you. Right, it's based on a. This is based on $100 risk. Oh, I see. Unless I changed it. No, or 5,000. That's interesting. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, but Rick, again, I wouldn't look. I wouldn't. All the profit target is double the risk. Okay, that's all it is. It's nothing scientific. So if I look at PLTZ, so the smart stop is down here. So if I took this trade right now at 10.98, and let's call it 50 cents. Okay, the difference between if I took the trade right now and the stop of 50 cents, the smart target is just double that. So a dollar. So if I took the trade, that's all it is. I mean, to me, it's irrelevant. If you want to pay attention to these things, I would probably pay attention to the stop. But the profit target is again, it's nothing scientific. It's just double. So, guys, on the VKTX, as I said before, yeah, it was a nice bounce for a while. But remember, for all the reasons that got hammered down yesterday, they're still in place. So we could not expect. I didn't take this one from the AI. It was okay. The alert was at 26.24, and it got up to 26.77. So, I mean, it's okay. And by the way, Captain, you know what? I would just not necessarily pay attention to this. I mean, the profit. All this is just calculating. If you're not, if you what the entry, what the alert price was, and what the last price is, whether or not it got stopped out or not. That's all. That's all it's showing right there. Okay. It was like yesterday, one of the alerts from yesterday was BSLK. Got stopped out early. I think the alert was at 8:45. I want to say 8:45 yesterday, right around here, and it got stopped out. And then you had an opportunity to get into the trade halfway between the stop price and the stop, which was I think 8:32. Now, and after that, it wasn't right after that, but look what it did afterwards, up to 12:37. That's why follow it all day long. Just a watch list. I wouldn't pay that much attention to. I mean, the percentage gain was a fantastic. At one point for BSLK, but just follow it all day long. Well, nothing is 100%, Rick, obviously. Guys, I'm just waiting. I still have some of the UPLD left. I'm just waiting to see if I can take out that 350 level. More 362. I recognize you from yesterday, I believe, or the day before. Wow, 11:33. This has been a fast morning, guys, for me anyway. I love the questions. The questions keep me engaged. Keep an eye on the NESR, guys, okay? If it takes out this 850 later on, look how much it's basing underneath it. There's an earnings play, and it has some room to about the 9 level. SRRK, okay, you've been talking about that one, William. I don't see it anywhere on my scan, so let's see. Wow, no kidding. Look at that. So it's not going to show up here because the relative volume 2.8 right now, but it's going to increase based on that volume coming in. Yeah, I don't see any news either. Saw some news. Well, yeah, no news that I can see right now. There was some news after hours yesterday. This officer surrendering 2,000 shares, 2,178 shares. That was yesterday after hours. That's pretty impressive, though. I mean, that's through the VWAP, excuse me, through the 200-day moving average right now. Shortable for me. I know you're itching to short this one, aren't you? Maybe you already have. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm just going to check to see if Dan is definitely going to be in our room in the YouTube. Well, not the YouTube room, unfortunately. I don't know why he doesn't like to come into that room. He's not used to doing it that way. So just give me a moment. So, guys, if you follow William, at all in the room, I mean, this is his specialty, really. He loves to see these big parabolic moves and then trying to find a way to short them, or the parabolic move down and find a way to play the bounce. These are things I don't typically do, not because it's not good. I don't have the same feel for it as he does. All right. Just getting a confirmation it is Dan. So, in about 20 minutes from now, I'll be taking a break. Let's take a look at our SPY here. So, I got through that, through the VWAP. There's that support line now. So, if it comes back down, let's see if that holds it. I hope you're holding on, William. Here's a $2 move for you. Yeah, go ahead, Bor. Only for your own strategies, okay, Bor? So you can automate. You can automate. In other words, you're talking about auto trading, right? But only for the strategies that you create. So, for instance, I could, in theory, not that I would, I could take this and I could automate it so that every single time there was an alert, I would take the trade. Okay, not that I would in this one, but so the answer is yes. But typically, that question is usually, can I automate the RAI? And that answer is no. People who automate, typically what they do is they create a scan, and then they go through what we call a back testing procedure. And then they go through what's called a back test of strategy. Okay. And the back testing, and I'm not going to go over it. Hardly anybody in trade ideas does it. Um, when I say that, I'm talking about our subscribers. I don't think anybody who works at Trade Ideas does back testing. It's um, it's kind of fun if you get into it, but it takes a lot of time. And so basically, the idea of it is that you would say, okay, you create a scan, and then you back test it. You can back test up to 3 months, basically saying, okay, what if I took every single trade that came into that scan over a 3 month period? What would have happened? And an equity curve is generated. And if it looks decent, the equity curve looks decent, then you can start to play around saying, okay, is there a better time I should be taking those trades? Maybe, or maybe I shouldn't be taking the trades in the first hour of the day. Is there a price range I should be looking at or not looking at? So you can kind of optimize it. So it is kind of fun to try it, but I don't do it anymore. It takes a lot of time, and I just don't have the. Well, I have the time, but I don't have the brain power anymore after doing this for 6 hours. Too tired. Well, it used to be called the odds maker. It is called the back tester. And then, if you had the confidence, then that when it's back tested and it back tests, to your satisfaction, then you can automate it to take every trade, and you can put your stops in and all that sort of stuff. But again, I would say if 1% of our customers do that, I'd be surprised. Well, as I was yakking away, look at my UPLD. Still have some guys. Now it's getting interesting. It's over that 350 level. And the next high is that 362, and look what it got to. Got to 363. The next high on that weekly chart is 362. And if it can break through that, $4. And this is doing it on no news that I can see, other than a couple of days ago they said they had started a potential up to $10 million buyback of their stock. That's the only news I see. Ooh, I'm afraid to look at CPOP. No, I'm not, or I shouldn't be. Yeah, so the odds maker is part of our premium service. So if you're into that and you've got the time and you like to fiddle around, you know, then you need our premium service. With our standard service, I think we allow you 10 tries with it, see whether, just sort of see how it works. And I'll just show you in our guide, again, for those of you who are listening to me wondering, well, I wouldn't mind taking a look at it. So if you click on the homepage link that I just put in, scroll down to the education section on the more info. And at the top now is our user guide right up here. Okay, and what? I know it's here. I'm just not seeing it. Here it is, back testing. So here it is. Here is the guide in our or here in the guide is the back testing section. Okay. No, you don't have to auto trade it either. I mean, if it tests well, you can and you get the alert, you can still take a look at the symbol. This UPLD is now going great for us, guys. Well, us if you took it. You know, good use of the wave. I know I took some off in a couple of areas, but at this point, I mean, that is a very parabolic move. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume that came into it. I mean, that's the biggest volume bar of the day. I mean, look at that, 15 on the 15, the 5, the biggest volume bar of the day for UPLD. All you need is one good trade, guys. The THAR certainly, if you took that one, and now right now, UPLD. Well, the wave helped me, Todd, and you helped me too. Remember you pushed it up with your price alert. See if this let's see if this resistance area means anything. Guys, I've got a problem here. I wonder if my sound is going. My Windows installer is busy. It's trying to install something. I did not. Uh, Today's Wednesday, usually, but I don't know if it's trying to install a. I don't see it. My window installer though is trying to do something. Usually that means when I've had that happen, it's trying to install a later version, even though I haven't asked it to stop. So hopefully that'll stop. Okay, guys. Now, as I said, I got out of the BZ earlier, but it is coming back now. It is coming back. It is now a little bit above that high. Has a little bit of room. Okay, 2214, a little bit of room. Again, a use of the wave would be keeping you. I'm not in it, but I should have probably kept some. But use of the wave is keeping you in it. Remember now, unless if you want to really follow it, like this until that wave changes. Here's a SPY, orange, downtrend, and then a change in the trend, turning blue, and that is trade wave. And you guys can have it. It's just part of the standard service. Really recommend it. Never mind not seeing the buy and the sell flags. If you happen to be in a trade and then you click on the chart, you happen to be in a trade already, then you can just sort of follow the wave. It's not, it's not 100%, of course, but I find it a very nice visual guide to help keep me in a trade. Okay, another little pullback for THAR, THAR, another little pullback. So, watch it. There's the VWAP. That'd be pretty big. Well, it'd be down to about the 220 level. See if it pulls back into the VWAP. Acts as support. Just out of curiosity, then, is there anybody in either of these rooms, the YouTube room or the main room, that actually uses the odds maker and automates their strategies? I'm looking for the yeses, Dwayne, not the nopes. Or even uses the odds maker. Never mind automating the strategies, just uses the odds maker. Yeah, well, it's really designed for intraday trading, Arthur. So I understand that 3 months, but for intraday trading, I probably wouldn't want to go that much further than 3 months ago for intraday trading. That's just me. I mean, when I used to try it, I used to think, well, yeah, people will say, well, why not go back a year? Well, a year ago, the market's so different. 2 months ago, the market was different. So, Captain, no, I don't use either of them. Okay, I at the beginning I tried the anchored VWAP, and I just found it was more. I just found it was more conducive to swing trading, and I'm not a swing trader. And go no go, I did like it to a certain extent, but unfortunately, and it may not tax your system, and maybe now it wouldn't tax my system that much, but I found the go no go was just sort of a weight on my system. And to be honest, I prefer trade wave because go no go, it's not. I'm not saying it's the same math exactly, but there's a sort of a visual presentation with the color transitions of those candles. So I prefer this. But again, that's just me. Yeah, I am, because especially because I'm going to be on my break. I'm totally out of the UPLD now. You can short to your little heart's content there, Dwayne. Yeah, so look at this guy. So, it doesn't look like it's going to take it out. NESR, NESR. Ooh, and the market. Yeah, the market actually. So we were on a nice little run here, but now we're getting a bar and now it's through the VWAP. So the market is putting a little bit of a downturn after that. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, sort of 10. So 50 minutes, 50 minutes of sort of an uptrend. We don't scan for options, Bor. So no, I only trade stocks. Was that your question? Remember, did you ask the question before? We do have some option filters that some have told me who trade options that can help you at least zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. Okay. Well, we have some obvious ones, the put call ratio, the option volume today, the put and call volume today. But these two in tandem, the option volume, this is the average number of contracts over, I think it's a 10-day period. And then this one is using this as a percent. So for instance, if a stock over a 10-day period had an average of 5,000 contracts it was trading, and you use this filter, add the filter, and say put 300 in here, 300% ratio of 3, that stock would have to be trading 15,000 contracts today, 3 times. So it can help you at least zero in on the abnormal option activity for a stock. And that, for some that have told me that can help them trade that option or the option in the stock, but I'm not an option player at all. So, okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put in the YouTube link. And now, again, Dan is not taking over my feed in YouTube. Okay, he's creating his own. So don't go. So don't. There's no point clicking on this link yet. Maybe right at noon or so. I'm going to put my announcement up here. I'll go in a couple of minutes. So again, this is a good time. Dan is the CEO of Trade Ideas. He'll be starting a YouTube stream. If you got questions, we call it the beefs and bouquets. If you got some bouquets for him, great. If you got some beefs, let him know. Let him know. All right, guys. Well, I'll hang around for another minute or so if there are any questions before I take my break that I can answer. Yeah, that was a big dump. You're right. Nice spot there, Dwayne. Yeah, this is okay. There is the link. So he's not going to be. Good question, Bill. So he's not going to be in this feed, in this YouTube feed. Okay, he'll be in another one. But don't click until noon. Okay. I wish he would just take over this feed, but he's not. He's not used to doing it. So yeah, that was a big drop. Great short. Should have joined you. It's interesting. It still has. I mean, obviously, this is why I'm saying it's a guide. Okay, nobody in the right mind would have been holding on to this, even though it is still a blue wave. It hasn't. Now, this is what I think you really should do because I'm sure on a 2-minute chart is turned orange. Okay, so if you're looking for exits and you're wondering, okay, we get a bit of a downturn on the 5-minute, click on a 2-minute and just see what's happening. So there's your downturn right there. All right, guys, I'm going to take my break now. So we'll see you in about 1 hour. And again, Dan will be there in about a minute there with that in a new feed. So no excuses. People say, I wish trade ideas could do this or that. Now's your chance. You may not like the answer, but at least you can ask the question. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself now in the main room. I'm muting myself in our YouTube room. Okay, I'll get back in the other YouTube stream, and not sure how many people are there, but just a minute, please. All right, guys, I'm back. We had some work being done on our door, so you might hear some noise in the background. All right, guys. So yeah, SBEV. I just when I was leaving, I saw it, this had a little bit of a pop. I do see that SBEV. So yeah, just as I was leaving, 11:58, it came into our AI. Now, 250 is the next high. I guess that's a little bit of room, but for me, not enough. Just not enough room for it to move until it may hit that next high. That is the next high right here. That's at 252, 250 or so. So it's about 20 cents away. Then there's another one right there. I mean, it could power all the way through that, I suppose, but it just I just don't like taking stocks that when the next high is, in my opinion, too close. Ooh, boy, the Palantir. Yeah, man, oh man. So you were waiting for the low 140s though, weren't you, William? The Palantir, what a run now. I mean, it's still down for the day, but what a what a great run from about 142. There's a $10, $12 move. Yeah, it opened here. Yeah, you're right. It opened at 152.31, and so now it's right there. All right, guys, rave. I haven't seen rave all day. I'm just seeing it now. Big move. I'm just trying to see if there's any reason. I haven't seen it because the volume is so low. It's just now sneaking into my minimum, 208,000. That's way too low. 14. No, if you're saying, well, why don't I just up it? That's because at the beginning of the day, we might be seeing some early ones that are just starting to pick up. But right now, with only 208,000, and what are we now? 1 o'clock. That's a little too low. So at 2 o'clock, we have the minutes, the FOMC minutes. So no presser at 2:30, but you never know. At 2 o'clock, we may get a little bit of that. I'm sure we're going to get a little bit of SPY action. There's there's THAR, guys. THAR. Now, yeah, a little bit of a move now. A little bit of volume coming in over the VWAP. The high of the day was way up there at 310, so it has about 50 cents to that next high. So, William, what about today? What are your plans today regarding the room? I'm surprised. So, Target did not interest you after hours yesterday. Target, obviously, it didn't. Otherwise, you would have stayed. Oh, I'm sorry. It was this morning. Okay. Can't load up your homepage. Can't load up your my homepage. Okay. Just give me a moment, Sam. Make sure there's nothing wrong with it. So you're talking about this link, right? You're talking about this link right there. So if I click on it, so what is not loading? What exactly is not loading? And Sam, can you hear me? Oh, you mean here? Oh, I see. I just don't have it in there. Okay. Sorry, there it is. I just forgot to put it in. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on GDS. GDS is an earnings play. It's at the almost, you look, it takes this 33.49 out, 33.50 or so. That is the high of yesterday. If it does that, it has got some room. Yeah, it's got about $3. Is that right? Yeah, it's got about $3 to the next high, and that is GDS. Been in a downtrend for the few days. Today it has earnings, and so far the reaction is pretty good. I'm going to put a price alert around 33.47, which is right there. I think it almost got there this morning or today. 33.43, and the high is 33.50. So it got within 7 cents of the high of yesterday. You can kind of see if it can take that out. It does have some room to keep moving. Now, it may stall there again, like it's done a couple of times. 15-minute chart and the current 15-minute candle or bar. Well, Hollywood, I think there is still an algorithm in place that let's just say for argument's sake, BZ, okay, 2129, the alert 2181 now. And if it really, here, let me get it on there used to be an algorithm in place that if this got up to say 22 and 2230 and 2246, and then all of a sudden it started to drop, some algo would used to, I don't know if it still does, I don't follow it that closely, would usually kick in and say, okay, time to take profit. Okay. No, but not partial profit. It just gets out of the trade. Now, of course, the other way it gets out of a trade if it hits the stop. And but I'm looking right here, and there are no exits at all. Okay, in these other ones, these ones actually got stopped out, so that's why there's an exit. So there may not be an algo in place anymore. At the end of the day, at 355, it's out of everything. But I don't know if there's still an algo in place so that if a stock really rips and then starts to move down, I mean, you wouldn't want to wait until it number one gets back to your buy price or to the stop, especially if you've had a nice win in it. But I'm not sure the algo is in place anymore. Anyway, the thing is you're supposed to really manage the exits on your own. You know, when you start taking some partial profits or the entire. That's why there's no profit target. There's nothing. Best best to do it on your own. So my guess is that there is no algo in place anymore. Hey, just a moment, please. All right, guys. So I see GDS. So I mean, it's got room. Obviously, it's got some room. I'm not saying it's going to run, but it has some room. It's over the two daily highs, the previous 2 days. It's above that high now. Those highs now. Thank you, Pepe. I figured as much, but I knew you would have the final word. I remember when the AI first started, and there were many occurrences of a stock that just ripped higher, and the only stop was the stop price, or the only exit was the stop price, and a stock would have a tremendous run, and then it would look like it was a loss at the end of the day. So that's why they started off with this algo, but as Pepe says, there's no profit target anymore. So manage the exits on your own. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this GDS has any. Yeah. So Sam, if you go to tools in the toolbar, click on tools and then options. So tools from the toolbar, click on options. And when you go to AI trade size, here's how you can adjust it. MMA, thank you, D. Yeah, so over a dollar now. MMA over a dollar, but but coming into the 200-day moving average, so that could stall it. So the last alert we had in the momentum scan, guys, is at 106. So since then, nothing has happened. 15 minutes, no new highs. Yeah, BZ is actually working pretty well now. I did not get back into it. I did not get back into it. And their next high is 22.16 on the daily chart. Well, Target really had a nice, beautiful comeback, guys, all day basically. I mean, it's still down 6%, 6.7%, but it really had a nice comeback from the lows. It's sort of consolidating over the VWAP now. Look at that Target though, trading 11 times normal up to this time of day. All right, guys. Well, as things are really bit of a lull right now for me anyway. Going to go over my homepage one last time today. Okay, the links are in, and here is my homepage. And there's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Barry 15, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Please use my code, whatever it is. Save my homepage because if you want to go into the main room, you have to you save my homepage. And then here's the trading room. Here's how you get into the trading room every day. And if you use my homepage, if you use my promo code, it'll help to keep the room free. Okay. Company tracks the promo codes, and if they see my code being used over and over again, they don't mind keeping the room free. You can sign up for the trade of the week down here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, it could be there. If it's not there, then by all means contact us. And the education section is right here. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, mandatory. Getting started with trade ideas, short videos to get you started. If you do not have trade ideas and you're wondering, is this a good package that I might want to take a look at? Well, you can start off with the second video and take a look at the following ones. That might give you a good idea about whether or not you want to take out a subscription. Now, a monthly subscription is just month to month. Okay. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. All free. A whole series of videos just for you if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So here they are, information that I currently share. You can see the 5-minute one right here. Momentum is over here. Halts resumes down there in the single stock window. Two other scans that I do watch is the combo scan right down here and the gap continuation or reversal scan right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. So, guys, today I'm probably going to take off around 2 o'clock, maybe a little later. Maybe if there are questions, I will stay. But if there are no questions, I'll probably be taking off at around 2 o'clock today. William does say he'll keep the room open, the main room open till 3:45. YouTube, I will have to shut down. There's probably not too many people left. They went over to listen to Dan. Now the WINT from 45 cents down to 13 cents. I'm gonna remember this one, when it used to be a very active stock. Um, I don't know, Dwayne. I know I was following your comments and what he was saying. I wasn't listening, but yeah, you can take your own tree map, your own set of parameters, and run the money machine on it. Though I think he'll also have. I'm assuming they'll also have ones that they'll create that you can try. My problem, well, you know what? Next week, if I had to do some tinkering around with my system, not my computer system, but within the Trade Ideas program in order to get it running for me right now, and I just didn't want to do that. So, but obviously, you guys, they're not going to force you to do that. So we'll see. I just don't want it to be a real a drain on my machine. That's all. If it isn't, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do because I do. I want to have my own, or do I want to try just the companies? And considering I probably would never be able to use it anyway, just because I really feel it needs a commission-free broker, and Interactive Brokers in Canada we cannot use unless no, even so, it's not available in Canada. IB Lite is not available. I don't think Alpaca is. Yeah, so and E-Trade is, but E-Trade's not available in Canada either. So I probably, I don't think I'll be able to take advantage of it even if I wanted to. And there's a part of me that, it still wants to kind of trade on my own, not have to rely on something. Listen, if it worked, but I give the company full, I mean, this has been a year-long ordeal. I mean, this started last July, I think. I think it started last July that started talking about it. So the money machine, this is I don't know what the second tier would be, but the first tier is $2,000. So what do I mean by that? So when it was announced last July, they said, okay, the first 100 people that sign up, when it gets released, for live trading, it'll cost you $2,000. Nobody had to pay the $2,000 last July or August, whenever that announcement was made. But 100 people did sign up. Then they said, okay, the second layer, and I don't know if they're going to stick to it, but they talked about $5,000 for the next 100. So I don't know. I think the 2,000 is pretty set in stone, but understand that a lot of those people who signed up, they may not even be around anymore because it's a year ago. So, all right. Well, a modest move for me in the GDS guys, very modest. I said I wanted this one, took out the highs. Of There's two previous, was it weeks or days? I don't remember now. It was weeks. No, it might have been days right here. and then look left at all that room. So let's see if it has a late day run. Oh, we did. Okay, so 200 for the first wave. Okay, and at $2,000. I mean, the issue I see is that, obviously we just can't say, okay, here's the one that everybody should use. Because if everybody is in the same thing at exactly the same time, assuming they start at 9:30 every single day, I don't think that would not be the right thing. So I'm sure that's why he's saying, you should practice with your own. I mean, I'm sure we'll have some that we can, maybe several that we can have created that people can use. My feeling though is that if you create your own, with your own set of parameters and you're finding it's working, then, you might say, okay, it's a go for yourself rather than having to rely on somebody else to give you something that, might be working for a while and then, it degrades a week later, like they all do. I don't mean like necessarily in a week it's going to degrade, but that'll be the challenge, I think, for people to be able to create their own, test it, and feel comfortable. It's still based on taking the top 3 and then, getting out, taking some like, hopefully not getting if you get stopped out, you get stopped out, but an algo kicks in that gets you out for profit and then another one comes in. Is that still the idea? Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with, Palantir tomorrow. Is this a momentary blip? It's a big, yeah, $12 comeback or so. So he's managing them on his own. So he's not allowing he's not taking so is that what he's saying? So it cannot be run just in auto fashion, or they're not gonna recommend it. That changes things a lot in my opinion because that means you're not saying that, okay? Because that's gonna rely on people having some trading experience. I should have taken this short. We talked about this one, the NASR. Could not get through that little resistance level. It would have been about a 30-cent short. But it's the exiting board. How do you exit? Is it going to be auto? I guess in theory you can have it auto exit for you, but I think Pepe was saying that Dan was managing the exits on his own. I mean, for the most part, I mean, this in theory was designed for people with, very little trading experience and just let it run auto fashion. That was how ideally that's how it would have worked. Let me see if I'm still getting that error. Oops. Yeah, I'm still getting that error. See, this is what I was talking about, guys. I'm still getting this error. I have to monkey around with my trade ideas program and do some, and I just don't want to do that. I'll wait for you guys. I'm sure because they're not going to force you to do this. Oh, I figure that I'm not looking forward to being in Chris's shoes regarding all the support that's going to be needed. Okay, guys, GDS is just inching its way up. Again, I don't expect it to just inching its way up. Took out these highs right there, and this is an earnings play. This is where I saw it early this morning, but this is an earnings play, and you can see it's right at the high of the day. Somebody asked earlier, how can you use the position in range or the position? Well, that tells me that this is at the high of the day. There's a little bit of white here. That means it's not quite at the high of the day. But it's interesting because ZIM, in orange, that means it's down for the day still, but it's near the high of the day, if that makes sense. So it's down, it's still down from yesterday's close, but it's near the high of the day. It is, it's crawled back. Yeah, hopefully there's some really explicit videos that are done. Really, really show how, how to start off. Okay, just give me one moment, please. My cat is going down the stairs and the door is wide open. Guy's working on the door. So just give me a moment. I have to stick her somewhere. There's one that's on the way down also, guys. ALC, this is an earnings play. Didn't really see it all day, but this is an earnings play at the low of the day. So these are the earnings plays down. So you can see the red bar, just a sliver, you're probably hard to see, but just a sliver of white there. It means it's not quite at the low of the day. This is the one I was really, I thought maybe might have a shot early on as a one that would run, but nope. FLNT. There's the JXG, sorry, the JHX. Target might hit 100. Aha. Good one. Good one, William. Is that my target for target 100? Okay, guys. So if I do take off at 2 o'clock, it's about 14 minutes too. So if you have questions, please ask them now. Again, I can always stay later. Target, yes, we do that too up here. So Jayhawker, are you a member of Trade Ideas? I'm talking to Jayhawker in our YouTube room. Do you have Trade Ideas? So I am sharing it. Okay, so you can take a look yourself. I mean, I can show it to you, but you can also have the scan. So if you click on my homepage link, I just put it in the YouTube room. If you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a bit, middle section, here are my scans, and there is the momentum scan right there. Okay, you know how to open it, then you can take a look at it yourself. Basically, I think it stocks between $1 and $100. The big deal is the current volume has to be at least 20, so it's got to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. And then the volume in 1 minute has to be 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. As always, you can always adjust. You can always make adjustments, maybe you don't like the price range, maybe there's something else you don't like. Maybe you want to add a filter, you can do that. I'm probably getting too many alerts still, even though I upped the volume, the relative volume to 220. I don't really use this for, it is more info, I don't know. Sometimes the other scans aren't producing that many alerts, so I like to have this one to keep, at least keep the room flowing, talk about something. Hmm. You had that problem yesterday, didn't you? Yeah, I have no solutions. If you've already tried different browsers, um, I mean, I don't think I could ask, do you have some kind of an ad blocker or some kind of a blocker? But in theory, that would probably, because they're both web based. There's no contact support. I mean, this is not a Trade Ideas product. It's a third party. And unfortunately, that gentleman is incommunicado. But I don't know what to say. Were you able to ever get into the room? How's that? I mean, you're in the room. Okay, you're in the room, but it's the were you able to hear me and see my screen before, or is never worked? Of course, you can't hear me, so I'm talking to myself. Shouldn't matter, Natasha. Shouldn't matter. I mean, this is all just web based. Okay, so yeah, Trade Ideas itself. You need a PC, not a Windows, not an Apple or an Apple or a Mac, an Apple computer. You need to be using a PC for the program. But as far as getting into the trading room or YouTube, I mean, this is just a. Hmm. So you're having the same problem, Paul. So you can hear me. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to stop the screen sharing just out of curiosity. I'm going to stop the screen sharing right now, and then I'll enable it again. Okay, and let's see if that does anything at all. All right, I did try. I did try the to stop the screen sharing and start it again, just to see. Pepe, he says he has tried different browsers, Edge, Chrome, Firefox. I don't know what else is out there, but hmm, you know what? I'm gonna, I'll start a Discord just out of curiosity. I have Discord also. I'm not haven't been using it today, but let's see if I can again remember how. By the way, Pepe, I sort of figured out how to do the. I had to create a new server in order to get a community and stages. I had to create a new server. I couldn't use this one. It didn't seem to. But let me give me a moment. Okay, Maverick. Okay, guys. So I have. So you guys can come over to anybody who wants to. I'm still really testing this, and you guys should be going into the stocks only discussion area, and then I can, if you post, I can see you. I'm just trying to test to see if those people who cannot see my screen for some reason and the audio, if it works for them in Discord, in the Discord room. I don't see them coming in, not yet. Do I have the audio on? I should. Now, did it change for you again? Remember, you didn't hear me yesterday because you said the driver changed, but I do have it on. Here's my mic. It's on. It's on. And my mic is on. Like the mic is on. So test, test, test. Okay. So I wish they would. Oh, they might have to create a login. Okay. Just interested to know if they can hear me in Discord, but if they have to create a login, maybe they don't want to do that. Well, I'll keep going, guys. I'll just keep going, okay? And take a look at MSW. MSW is, let's see now, 216 is the next high, pretty close. Well, BZ making a new high, guys. BZ making a new high, and the challenge will be right here. If you're still in this one from our AI, see how it flattened out right there on the 5 minute? It was almost turned orange, not quite. It would have been a sign maybe to sell a little and then keep in the trade. Oh, right, at 2 o'clock. Yes, yes. Good, good. Thank you for reminding me. All right, guys. So I'm going to put a 1 minute SPY chart up, and we are about 2 minutes away, less than 2 minutes away from just the release of the minutes. Sometimes there can be some fireworks. All right, guys, we have about 45 seconds for the minutes to be released. No big action ahead of time. There's the VWAP way down there. All right. Well, the release. Let's see. Release the hounds. Volume came in. Some volume came in. Thank you, D. Okay, so far, no big reaction. Can somebody just post in here in Discord? I want to make sure if anybody is posting that I'm seeing it. Usually I leave this up for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then we get the first direction or the first candle is not necessarily okay, thank you, Spanky. Yep, yep, just wanted to make sure I'm if we ever do move entirely over here, still have to, get used to it again. Well, so far nothing. Yeah, Silencio, that's, what some are saying. Not a huge difference, but a difference, but, you're saying it's a huge difference, okay? And some say the resolution is a little bit better also. Boy, I have to start, I'm talking to Salenza in our Discord room. All right, guys, well, we're getting a little more direction now, a little more direction. Market's selling off a little bit. Let's see what happens at the VWAP if it gets down there. VWAP's around 634, 636. So let's see if it gets there. Mr. Majestic, how are you? In our main room. All right, guys. Well, we're getting a little more action here now. We're now through the VWAP. I mean, this is just minutes, okay? So I don't know how long the minutes were, how long it took to read them all, but okay, I'll keep this up for one more minute to see if this is truly going to be the direction. Look at it on a 5-minute chart. You see the big candle down, touching the VWAP. Well, I don't think Maverick came over. Oh, there he is. Maverick, I see you. So if you can tell me if you can hear me and see my screen in Discord. I see you. I see you're in. All you have to do is type right here, type right there, or you could type in the other room, one way or the other. I'd just like to know if you can hear me and see my screen in Discord. Okay, guys, that's it for the SPY. I'll get rid of this now. So we've had direction down through the VWAP, but now it's above the VWAP. Let's see though, maybe you're gonna get another test. Okay, so Maverick. All right. Well, Maverick says he cannot hear me or see my screen also in Discord. So it's got to be something in his computer that's blocking it. Same for Paul. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. You can actually hear me. Okay. But so you cannot, did you try to go into Discord? Did you try to get into this room? Just looking for your name here. I don't see it. So, Dak, to answer your question, right here. Oh, yeah, I'm still broadcasting on YouTube. Yes. Right here. Here's the link to get in, Paul. Just put it underneath right here. Yeah. So now I've got 3 streams going and my computer is handling them like a champ, Pepe. And my computer is probably older than anybody else's in this room. All right, we've got a halt. We got a halt. NBR because of news. NBR just got halted for news. A news halt. I mean, there's nothing wrong with staying in YouTube. Haha, Rick. No, as I said yesterday, it was future proofed. Yes, I've got 32, sorry, 32 RAM. I mean, it's, I know Grumpy said didn't think it was possible 5 or 6 years ago, but it certainly was. Yeah, well on YouTube, and it's by well, I don't think we can change it. It's YouTube has they are the ones who put the delay, and I don't believe we can't change it. Otherwise, I would. Well, if you can, if you can tell me how, or I'm sure, I guess I could always Google it, right? I know we discussed it, but I thought that we tried and it didn't work. MSW guys, MSW on the move here. You know what the news is, Baba? This is the news. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. This is the news. And again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I am pointing at the China flag. And how many of these have we seeing now? Oh, these China stocks that there's no news. There's no news on the way up. There's no news on the way down. Well, the surprising thing to me is that this wasn't that expensive. The ELPW was not that expensive. The ones that we've seen these catastrophic drops have been, quite a bit more expensive. At least 15, say $20. Some of them in the $40 range. And then imagine that. Imagine sitting there, $40, and then it does something like this all the way down to a dollar or less. But typically, it doesn't seem to happen with they wanna pump it a lot higher before they before they rug pull you. Yeah, that's weird, Maverick. Why you're, I don't there's nothing we can do then. There's really literally nothing we can do. Or maybe where it's, okay, where there's live? Is it right there? See, Pepe, you lost me at think. When you talk about regenerate your YouTube stream key, well, that'd be Chris. I mean, Chris has got the key. But if I do ultra low latency, what is that going to do? I mean, other than will that affect the resolution or not knowing anything about that? Ah, there you go. So it may compromise the video quality or stability. Requires a strong internet connection and is only available with certain encoders. That's the ultra low. Well, I mean, I have a strong internet connection. I'm hardwired. I'm not obviously Wi-Fiing all this, and it's fiber. So I mean, it's a very reliable one. But so that's the reason for neighbors. Okay, neighbors. I believe it or not, a long, long time ago, I used to be involved in this industry, drilling rigs and all, blowout preventers, downhole tubes or drilling bits. So I do remember Neighbors. Neighbors was one of the leaders in the industry. I think they do a lot of work in. Actually, I'm not sure where they do a lot of work, but I didn't realize it. Well, this is obviously for tax purposes out of Bermuda. All right, guys. Well, it's 2:16 now, so I think I will take off unless there are some questions. I'll give maybe Maverick another minute or two to see whether or not he can actually get it or hear me in YouTube or in our Discord room. Or Paul. I don't know, Paul, did you figure out a way to get in? Yeah, there are a lot of drillers out there. That's for sure. But why would there be a firewall restriction and not in YouTube? Whereas Pepe is saying maybe, but maybe as Pepe is saying, maybe your ISP is blocking certain URLs. I was going to say, is anybody from Australia? How many people in Australia? 20 million? I know what you meant. Watching the stream. Okay, I heard somebody come in. Oh, there you are. William, you're in. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I don't see any more questions, so I'll give it another minute or so in case there are some questions. If not, I will take off. First, always want to thank everybody for all the help all day long. That's number one. Number two, the main room, meaning this room, will be open at about 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. Chris Varley will open it. I'll try to get the YouTube room running sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I'll get on the mic in both rooms at around 9. And when I leave today, William says, in the main room only, I have to shut down Discord and I have to shut down YouTube. William will keep the room open until the main room open until 3:45. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll disconnect right now from our Discord room. Boom, gone. Okay, now I have to end the stream in YouTube.